I didn't want to do that, but that's okay. Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. How are we this morning? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I have a lovely friend here with me. Aoife. Oh, and you're freezing.
Hello. Am I freezing?
A little bit. I can't tell if that's me or if that's you.
It could be me. It's very, very breezy here today, so it could be me.
Oh.
And also, I also had really bad internet yesterday, before and during my sprints. So, I'll be here as long as I can be.
Is that the notification telling me that I'm live?
Oh my god, did you go live? YouTube wants you to know.
It is not.
Oh. Is it Alex telling you that he'll be in the comments?
It is Alex. That's funny. Good morning, everyone. I know this is early on a Saturday morning. It's a little early.
Not for me.
You're on Saturday evening at this point.
I'm in
right?
Saturday afternoon mode.
Oh, okay. Saturday afternoon. Yeah, I can math.
Yeah.
I'm so used to
3:05 in the afternoon.
That's okay. I'm so used to when I am awake, you are it's evening for you.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's pop this in. I'm just popping links in places. I don't think that one.
That's fine. You have fun doing that.
All right, so this morning, what are you up to today?
So, I am continuing with the Honey Don't List. That way. By Christina Lauren. I'm on page 220 of 303. So could finish it in the first sprint if distractions don't happen, which is likely. Then I need to go on to Roomies, also by Christina Lauren, to finish out a vlog that I'm doing. But I just realized I got this as a gift. But I need to be somewhere for 6:30 my time, which is 3.5 hours from now. So I will have to hop off around 2 hours in. So the hope is that by the time I leave, I can tell you I'm reading this book.
Okay.
That's the hope. And you will hold me to that. Not just you, but everyone in the comments will hold me to that. And if I still tell you when I'm going to get the bus and I have to bring the Honey Don't List with me because I'm not finished it, come and steal my left shoes.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah. If you leave me without the ability to comfortably walk, I will take action.
I mean, that's also a safety issue because those streets sometimes have some weird stuff on them.
Yeah, and also my left foot is my bad foot, and it's the one that needs the most support. So I am literally shooting myself in the foot by telling you to steal the left ones.
Maybe we steal all the right ones instead.
Maybe
we do that.
Either way, leave me with some form of shoe gone.
Okay. We can work with that. We can work with that. I feel like, let's see. And I feel like maybe stealing maybe books would be more motivating though.
Yeah, probably. If you tell me that one by one you're going to come in here and take away all of the favorite books that I have, yeah, we'll probably have a discussion then.
I'm just going to book a plane ticket to Germany, fly over there during a sprint.
That's fine.
Take a book.
You can get an 8-hour flight done in 45 minutes.
Absolutely. That's what time travel is for.
Yeah, with the attitude like that, you can get anything done in 45 minutes.
Yeah, yes, you can. Oh, I don't know why my eyes are watering so badly right now. It's fine. Okay. I am currently about to pick up Lore Olympus Volume 3.
Nice.
So that I can get some stuff done, because I need to get some stuff done. Oh, hush. There we go.
And are you still reading Only Good Indians?
I am not done reading The Only Good Indians yet, but that is my audiobook. And so I figured while I'm awake and doing stuff, I'll just, read.
You can dip in.
Yeah.
How are you vibing?
I am with Lore Olympus.
No, with Good Indians.
I like it. It's not, like I said, it's not his best work. Or it's okay. I'll rephrase that. It is not one that I'm going to like as much as I like the Indian Lake trilogy.
That's fair.
Just like that series is just so good, but it's still a good book in my opinion.
Fair. Did I also see you put on Twitter this morning that he has a new book out / coming out quite soon, and your local bookstore didn't acknowledge it, or some We Celebrate upcoming books didn't acknowledge it?
Yesterday, I was at Barnes & Noble. And my Barnes & Noble does not have it. Like, I looked it up online and everything, and my local Barnes & Noble does not have it. However, there is a little local bookstore that I went to that I was able to get it at. But, like, just...
There's options.
Like, they had Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow by Gabrielle Zevin, which, if I recall correctly, was the Goodreads winner of 2022.
Yeah, that wasn't the last year book.
Like, not even getting into her stuff. They have that out on the new and notable shelf.
That's not new.
They did not have The Angel of Indian Lake.
That's not new.
It's not.
It's 2 years ago. Isn't new.
Yeah, I didn't even look to see if there were other books on there that were not new. But I was just like, this is really weird. I mean, they did have the new Tommy Orange on there. It was like, oh, we can only have one Native American author on here. That's just what's going on here.
Typical.
So, I'm just like, this is the most, this like so annoying. Anyways, that's why I wasn't able to come in on your sprints yesterday and be like, I got a book.
We had a different energy instead. It was fine.
It was fine. Hello, CC Cloud. Welcome. How are you this morning? Hey, Alex. Good morning. I'm going to be in the chat today working on captions for my recent video coming today. Very nice. I had a video that was supposed to go out tomorrow. It is now going out on Monday. I just pushed my schedule a little bit.
That's fair. So. I am still working on my vlog for Monday, but I need some things to happen in real life before they can happen in vlog.
Okay.
And I have no control over this thing that's happening because I'm not the one organizing it.
Oh no. Do you at least know it will happen before Monday?
It will happen. I know that it is scheduled to happen tomorrow. I just, as a viewer, have very little control over what's going to happen with it.
Oh, okay. Give me just a minute.
You do what you need to do. If you want to go on to the next comment while you're blowing your nose, I can read it for you. Teamwork.
My sinuses always like to act up early in the morning.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. So
pollen is starting to get a little bit high again, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it has nothing to do with pollen. I wish it came and went with pollen season.
That's even worse.
So no, it's just like I drink water and my nose goes, oh, I'm gonna start flushing everything out right now. Make sure we're working.
Yeah.
Systems
and especially because you've gotten up in the last hour or so, your nose is doing the morning cleanse.
Yeah, last 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So anyways, it's like systems test, and sometimes the systems test apparently goes wrong, and I end up with a runny nose all day.
Fun.
So, hello, Nadeem. How are you this morning? CC says, I'm reading The Foxhole Court by Nora Sakovic. I'm 30% into the audiobook.
Nice.
And then Nadeem is currently reading People We Meet on Vacation by Emily Henry. Lovely. Nice. That's fun. Okay. Wow.
I enjoyed that book a lot. Are you also enjoying that book a lot, Nadeem? Friend wants to know. The friend Beanie. Did you?
I didn't. Interesting. Why didn't I grab that for that blog? Because that is a contemporary fantasy or contemporary romance.
It is a contemporary romance.
Because I did try a chapter of all my contemporary romances. So I'm not sure why it's not, because Beach Read's on that pile. I'm not sure why this isn't.
Maybe you just went for one per author.
It's possible that's what I was thinking, that I've already got one on. I think I had 10 books at the time.
Maybe.
That seemed like a good amount.
Yeah,
But
that's a fair enough amount. I need to ask the people in the chat for an opinion, please.
okay.
This is the cover of Roomies by Christina Lauren,
Mm-hmm.
and I matched the ribbon of my bookmarks to the cover of the color of the cover of the book. So, once again, this is the book.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is it. This is her.
Okay.
Blue, black.
I think black.
Thank you. Anyone in the comments who want to agree or challenge Margaret?
Yeah.
Feel free. Feel free.
That's so funny. Okay. Let me pull up our handy dandy timer.
Nice.
It is very funny. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that ever uses this timer because you can literally see on days that I sprint.
It's that activity. It was me.
You can see the spike. So that's fine. All right. Let's switch that. All right. It's early yet, so I know we probably won't have a lot of people. So hopefully we'll have a few more friends when we come back.
Yeah, I think some of the friends will join mid-sprint.
That's usually how it happens.
Yeah. So. It happened with me last night, and my first sprint was 90 minutes, and people still turned up. I still had more people when I finished sprint 1 than when I started it. So,
yeah.
You never know.
You never know. All right, let's go ahead. We're going to do 45 for this first one, I think. We'll probably stick to 45 for quite a bit of today.
Yeah, that's a good length of time.
So I will see y'all in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Sorry, I had to hit a button. Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. How, everyone, how did we do? Excuse me. My throat did a weird thing there. I love that. How did everyone do? Let us know in the chats and the comments. How are you feeling about your books? Are you doing books? Are you just here for the vibes? Hold on. Let me go close that window.
You go do that. And while you do that, I'm going to tell everyone that I got to page 280, which my mathematics is not great, but I think that that's something like 100 pages.
100 pages in like 25 minutes?
It's very short. It's a very fast-paced book. It's a very fast-paced book. So the prophecy will be fulfilled. And I will go on to Rumi's in the next sprint. But I spent the last like 5 minutes putting all of my thoughts together about the book.
You have thoughts?
The thoughts are many, wild, and varied.
What's that like?
It's fun. It takes over my entire life. Morning, noon, and night, I be doing the thinking.
I find it so hard to like put together my thoughts of books when I am done.
I write as I go. I collect my thoughts in my little notebook as I go.
That's smart. I just don't do that.
I highly recommend.
Yeah. I do not have page numbers.
Okay, that's fair.
Let's just sit with that.
Page numbers are a social construct.
No, I want page numbers.
Okay. Page numbers are not a social construct. Why do you not have page numbers? Is it because it's a graphic novel?
Because it's a fucking graphic novel.
There you go.
I would say halfway through.
Hold it up. Hold it up with how much you've read.
I've read that much.
Yeah, you are roughly halfway.
Roughly halfway, which is nice. It's funny, I'm liking this volume. Like, I've been kind of about the first two volumes. Like, it's a really interesting interpretation of the story. And then this one's had a few moments where I'm like, oh my God, I like this. So, I have feelings about the role that Apollo is playing simply because it fits the myths about him. And like, absolutely, I understand why the author is doing it. I just, because of his connection to Artemis, do not like it.
That's fair.
But also, like, I understand what the author is doing. And I like the interpretation of a lot of these. And the way that like this dynamic is working out, and the different dynamics between the different gods and all of that stuff. So like, Hermes is adorable, by the way. I love Hermes. Hermes. I love him.
He's a little speedy boy.
And I'm really liking the art style and like how she's using color theory for stuff. And like, there are places like when we get like everything's in such bright color, and so it's really interesting the way that when Persephone, like how she just uses black and white for things that are bad, and like for Persephone's kind of flashback moments and that kind of thing.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's really good. I'm enjoying it. I was starting to worry that I would be mad that I bought these. So, but I'm not now. Okay. We've had some more people join us. Good morning. Getting up and finding some coffee, hugging the like button. I got tea in the last sprint.
I got an energy effervescent tablet.
A what?
It is an energy effervescent tablet. You know the ones that you just put into a glass of water and they fizz?
Oh, nice.
I got me one of those. It was lychee and not pomegranate, passion fruit flavored.
Passion fruit. I'm
really
not
nice.
a big fan of lychee, but passion fruit we like.
Oh, it was really good. I had a great time.
Yes. Good morning, Jamie. I'm managing the Dewey's Readathon this morning and listening to The Other Name by John Fosse. Very nice. will not be able to participate because I have to do taxes today. Okay, we
That's
got
fine.
a lot of pies. Let me skip over those. Hey, Sarah. Going to be going to hang out in the background for a bit while I get some things done. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Sherry. Happy weekend and happy sprinting. Yes.
Happy weekend.
Very nice. Okay, so Pucks says captions are done. I did start at 8:30 a.m. Look at
nice
you.
Work, Alex.
It's like an hour and a half. That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
That's not bad.
Sherry Bug says, currently reading back and forth between Elantris and Paradise Lost.
Interesting.
We're doing all short books this weekend. So at some point I need to pick up some of my thick ones over there because I've got some tonkers. I haven't even touched Eye of the World, and I'm supposed to read that this month.
Godspeed.
I mean, at least I know I liked it the first time.
Yeah. You're not going into it completely blind.
Not going into it completely blind. But yeah, anyways, it's a lot. It's a lot. We've got a Brianna here for a bit.
I agree.
She says, don't forget to hit the like. I also say, don't forget to hit the like button. I appreciate that.
It tells you correct. Do not forget to do that. In fact, I think you should all go and do it now.
Oh, I mean, you could.
That while you remember.
I'd be very happy if everyone went and did it now. I'm the person that has, okay, now. Otherwise, I'll forget. I will forget. Yeah. There's now and not now.
Yeah.
So, hello, Cherie. Reading The Quiet Tenant and sipping coffee. Beautiful. Nice. That sounds like a perfect morning, to be honest.
That's a nice Saturday.
Yeah. So I don't know if you have to deal with these motherfuckers in Ireland or in Germany, but I went and got a candle that has citronella. It's a citronella jasmine
I do.
Candle.
They obsess over me. They absolutely love me for no valid reason. Like, it's such an abusive relationship because the scars, the bites that I have gotten on my head, on my legs, on my arms, on my back, on my butt, it's everywhere. It's constant.
I love how I didn't even have to say what they were, and you're like, yeah, the motherfuckers.
Didn't even need to know. Just like, yeah. We were watching something yesterday via teleparty, and it was Dexter. And there's a mosquito in the opening credits of Dexter, and I just went, those fuckers. And the German instantly went, you saw a mosquito, didn't you? And I was like, yes, I did. He knows. He's here, and he knows.
Anyways, I brought that up because I went and I got a little candle that I can light on my porch. Yep. Very nice.
There you go, everybody.
I don't hate the smell of citronella by itself, but apparently my mom can't do it. We love it. We love it.
Citronella candle ASMR for your Saturday morning.
We love it. And I'm hoping that like that candle will work, and so maybe I can start enjoying my mornings on my porch.
Oh, hopefully.
Eaten alive. Well, the annoying thing is they used to like avoid me because of all of the lotions and medications that I'm on, or I was on as a kid. And for some reason, they've decided that I'm tasty again. So.
Did you go off the medications?
I don't remember. I don't know. I will be honest. I don't.
Because maybe there was an ingredient in the medications that they were just like, oh, I don't like that.
That's my assumption. I've also had to change lotions because I was a big Aveeno girly for a little bit, and then I developed an oat allergy.
Oh no!
The main ingredient in so many like sensitive skin things is oats.
It's oats.
And I'm just like, like there's so like I have to special order my sensitive skin soaps because none of the versions that are available commercially near me. Like I have to order it from Amazon because it's from an African company because none of the ones made in the US. Yeah, because it's black soap.
Okay.
Life-changing. If you have eczema or psoriasis potentially, because some of the things that work for one will work for the other, try it and see if it works because night and day, the difference for me.
There you go, kids.
But yeah, all of the stuff that's available commercially here has oats in it. And I'm just like, come on, guys. Like, I can use it in a pinch, but using it regularly is not great.
No, that doesn't really help.
During the next week, I'm going to go grab a coffee and the smoked salmon sandwich, and then I have to sign on to do work and a coursework. I don't know why you saying I'm going to go grab a coffee. Well, no, because you go grab a coffee reminded me of Brittany running during sprints to get Tim Hortons, and that reminded me that I forgot to make my brother stop at a Tim Hortons while we were up north.
Why did you forget to do that? That's so silly.
I don't know, but now I'm sad that I have to wait till November. So
I don't even think we have a Tim Hortons here.
I mean, you're in Germany. I would expect
but there
that.
I think there's one in the UK.
Oh yeah?
I think there is at least one.
Do you want to know the really annoying thing?
I'd love to.
We used to have one in Tampa.
Oh, and then they got rid of it?
I found that out after I discovered how wonderful Timbits are.
Oh, no.
Anything else.
Why did they get rid of it?
I assume there weren't enough people going because everybody wants to go to fucking Starbucks.
Yeah, probably why.
Anyway, it's a hey, Jamie said, I already said hello to you, Jamie. I don't know why my automatic, like, oh, a new person. No, you're not new. Got to 96% in my book. Readathon is going well so far. I'm getting coffee ready. Very nice. Oop. Oh no, Jean says a lot of sensitive skin stuff also has chamomile in it. Which I'm allergic to chamomile. It doesn't really need oats or chamomile. So, I mean, it depends because oats are very beneficial because that's how I got through my childhood. Oats are very beneficial for most people with sensitive skin. As is chamomile, because I've had chamomile stuff that has like they're one of my favorite sunscreens or something had what was it? No, it was one of my favorite like micellar waters had chamomile in it when I was having a bad, like my face was inflamed and like painful. That like putting that on, instant relief. So I get why those are in them because they can be super useful for most people.
Yes. However, and it's the small little it's the small little section of people that you're just like, this doesn't help me.
Yeah. The allergies, like when you have an allergy, it does make it really annoying because you're like, but I can't use this.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised Florida doesn't have a plethora of Tim Hortons due to the snowbirds. I mean, there's not a lot up in the upper Northeast either. I just know that there are a few because we passed some when Cal and I went from Toronto to Philadelphia. I believe there's a Tim Hortons in the UK. Probably an airport or something. Hello, Jess. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let's see. Hold on. Where was I? There we are.
You were at Jess's comment.
I was at, yes. Well, no, I jumped down because I saw some. Readathon is going well so far. I'm getting coffee ready. Yay for coffee. Brianna says, I have 50 pages left of Last Fang of God. I want to finish before I leave. It's a book. It exists. God bless.
You know what? There's been a lot of books that exist lately. I'm going to be very honest with you people. There's been a lot of them.
You know what? If it was a good time, that's great. It doesn't have to be, like we were saying yesterday, it doesn't have to be a masterpiece to read it. So
precisely. Sometimes you just need to read something.
Sometimes you just want something to experience a story that's not your life.
Exactly.
So I think we put. I keep wanting to make a video on this because I feel like we put a lot of pressure on ourselves as reviewers to always be reading a 5-star book, and it's like. Yeah. I mean, most things in life aren't 5 stars. You're doing good if you just don't hate it.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Most experiences are just perfectly pleasant.
So,
or average.
Or average. Average is good. Like, I just want it to not be bad, you know? Yeah. I want it to not be bad. That'd be great. Got a bit distracted. Started a rewatch of Lockwood & Co. I need to watch that. It sounds like it's good. Although I know it only has 1 season, so I kind of am like shying away from it because I'm like, but what if it ends on a bad place?
That's fair.
Yeah. Constant struggle. Speaking of having thoughts, it's a constant struggle. What are coherent thoughts? It says someone who does very coherent thoughts.
Yeah.
For their wrap-ups.
Yeah. You've never sat and done a wrap up and then 3 hours later realized you forgot to say an entire thing about a book? I have.
Constantly.
Yeah.
I also quite often go, what the fuck is she saying while editing? I'm like, I don't know what this point is.
The tangents that this little tiny human can go on. Where's she getting this energy from?
Yeah. I really do need to do that. Speaking of taking notes, take notes, because in my recent reads, it's books from September to 2023 to February 2024, and I really had to try to remember. I'm trying to stay more on top of it than that, Alex.
I believe in you both.
So I'm at least, I mean, I just went and did January as a recent reads video, and then I'm just, like I said, my next one will be this Monday, and I'm doing all of the sci-fi and fantasy that I had read up to that point. So I feel like that's a smart way to do it, rather than feeling like I'm waiting till I've had enough books. Okay. Brianna says, I think volume 3 was my favorite, if I recall correctly. I mean, it's good, and I hope we're starting to get into like what actually happened, so people can stop.
What volume are you reading again?
That's the one I'm reading, is volume 3.
Oh, okay.
I just want people to stop making assumptions about Persephone, and
That's fair.
like I'm so frustrated with her. Like, not, I know why she, like, I know how hard it is. I mean, I don't know, but I understand how hard it is to talk about something like that, and that she doesn't quite understand it. And I'm loving the way that it is exploring it. But I also am just like, I just want people to know how shitty Apollo is right now, because he's causing problems, and I don't like it. I don't like him. Anyways, so Jean says, which Christina Lauren are you reading? I find she's very hit and miss to me. There's some I love of hers, and some I've thought was misappropriation.
Fair. So I am finishing up the Honey Don't list. Veering into the territory of a book that exists, and I'm finishing it. And then we go on to Roomies, also by Christina Lauren.
Have you read Christina Lauren before and liked her?
Yeah. Had a very good time with the On Honeymooners. Had a great time with the Soulmate Equation and the True Love Experiment. Had fair to middling times with Inner Holidays. Did not in any way enjoy Twice in a Blue Moon. Didn't really love what's it called? The Second Chances one that they had a couple of years ago. Something Wilder. Didn't love that much. We are again kind of a hit and miss, but the previous one that I've read, the last one that I read to this one, did okay for me, and that was my favorite Half Night Stand.
Oh, very nice. I think that's the thing about like romance books, that you have you have to like the couples and like the situation itself, and they can be so different, especially if you're not wanting to tell, like, for a fantasy or a sci-fi author, or like, you can kind of tell the same story and have the same character archetypes over and over and over again.
Exactly.
But if you're a romance author, like, it's harder to do that, I think, a lot of the time, because most people want to explore, like, they want to do something different with their books. Exactly. And whereas with fantasy and the more like the less realistic genres, you can fill that up by having a different world and like different magic systems and different, like, just different things like that. Like, you can't necessarily do that with the romance. You have to change up the characters.
Precisely.
So that's rough. That's hard.
Yes.
Hello, Bookworm Lynn. I'm listening to Shape of Dragon's Breath while I'm trying to recreate the cover for a book challenge. Very nice.
Nice.
Jean says, I wish you could hit the like button multiple times. I mean, I'm happy with just the once. The thing that you need to be able to do multiple times. You need to be able to hit the kudos button for every chapter of a fic on AO3. That's it.
Fair. That's
you can
fair.
do that on bustedfanfiction.net, I do believe.
Oh.
So.
Is that where Cal writes AO3? Or is Cal a Wattpad?
I'm sorry, what?
Is that where Cal writes on AO3 or is Cal a Wattpad?
I believe Cal writes on AO. Yes, Cal writes on AO3. I started. I don't write fan fiction all that much right now, but I started on fanfiction.net, so most of my stuff is there. And then I moved to Archive of Our Own, of Our Own, and I prefer that for like reading it and stuff.
Okay, that's fair.
Oh, I had to stop using fanfiction.net because it was, at least at the time that I was like publishing stuff, it was difficult to use Google Docs.
Oh.
So, anyways, Gene, I would just settle for everyone hitting the like button once. that would be
that
great.
Would be a good compromise.
That would be better than I think what I get most days. So once I get to like the number of views and the number of likes seems to be somewhat parity, then we can talk about multiple times. Oh, we're back to mosquitoes. I'm cleaning and setting up our patio today, and I have a candle ready too. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Mosquitoes are the worst. I try to appreciate all creatures that have some sort of use purpose in the natural world, but they really just don't accept it.
They don't have a purpose.
They exist. They exist.
You ready to piss me off?
So, back to Tim Hortons. We have one in PA, at Tim Hortons in PA, but it's in the Sports Center for hockey games, and all makes sense. I mean, that makes sense. You're going to have a lot of Canadians probably coming down.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of Canadians coming for hockey.
Did I tell you? So when I went to see Cal last May, yeah, he took me to dog training because literally I get off the plane and he's like, so I can stick you at home with two people you've never met before, or you can come to dog training with me. And I was like, well, dogs.
I would go to the dog training also.
You would literally have to have like my best friend in the world there for me to choose over dogs.
Yeah.
And
Taylor would have to be there for me to be like, you know what, bro? I really don't need to do the dogs today.
We get there and they're talking about the most recent hockey game. And they turn around, look at me, because Cal had introduced me as his friend from Tampa, and they're from Florida. And they're like, where in Florida are you from? And I was like, I'm from Tampa. I was like, oh, you're the Lightning. Fine. It was the most. Cal finished the thing. I was like, that was the most.
Cal a hockey boy?
Cal is not a hockey boy.
That's what I thought.
Like, that was the most stereotypically Canadian conversation.
Yeah, that's a very stereotypical Canadian conversation.
Was not expecting to hit all of those all at once. It was funny.
It was like a ticking box, and you just got all of them in the first 5 minutes.
Wait, you have Tim Hortons in Ohio? Why? That's me. Why? What? Not why do you have Tim Hortons? Why
do you specifically have a Tim Hortons?
Okay. Oh no. Lynn says haven't gone past a 3-star this month so far.
No.
I'm so sorry.
I hope that the vibes start vibing better soon.
I've gotten a lot of 3 stars this month, but it's whatever. I've also gotten a bunch of 4 stars and 5. Like 3 and 4 stars are the most the ratings I give out the most. So
yeah, my most common's a 4.
Probably burnout from last month's Realmathon. That sounds
Fair.
Like maybe you need a reset. Go play some video games instead.
Yeah.
So, there are a bunch of Tim Hortons in New Jersey. I believe Wendy's no longer owns them.
Wendy and Tim had a divorce?
Renee is with us. Have a biography about her on audio.
Nice.
100%. I have also forgotten entire books while filming wrap-ups.
Thanks.
Are you doing it correctly? Are you doing BookTube correctly? If you're not sitting there about to start talking about the book and go, what was this about?
Okay. My favorite one that I've done recently was hold up one single solitary book in the thumbnail and then proceeded to not talk about that book specifically for the entire video.
That's funny.
And if you go on my channel, which you may do, you will know what video it is because it's the only book in the thumbnail.
I mean, that happens sometimes. Sometimes you just, I have, some of my thumbnails are like I'm holding like 3 books for a vlog and they're pages out.
That's because they're not the same books.
Well, no, they were going to be pages out anyways, but I have absolutely just grabbed books that look similar and held them up because the book has gone back to the library.
Yeah.
So, Sherry says it's true what you were saying about just wanting a book that is pleasant. I lost my father in January and it was so nice to have a light book for escaping the moment for a bit. Yeah, sometimes you just want something, like, I just want something to read. I wouldn't be thinking about ratings or any of that if I wasn't reviewing books online.
Exactly.
Of that. So, and I think a lot of the time I forget to even talk about the rating in my videos.
I will tell you in my stats how many books I gave what stars. And then I simply will not tell you when I'm wrapping the books up what star this book got. You can figure that out for yourself.
Yeah. I feel like what I'm saying about the book is more important than whatever the star rating is, because like there are multiple reasons.
Also, I feel like from the vibe about me talking about the book, you'll kind of know instinctively whether I gave it a 2, a 3.5, or a 5.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I think it depends on what I'm talking about in the book, because there are sometimes things that'll really excite me about a book when overall the book got 3 stars.
Yeah. And that happens.
So I'll hype those things up and I'll talk about those things and you'll be like, oh yeah, this must have been like a 4 or a 5 star, and then it's like a 3-star book. So, my bad. Renee agrees. Books do not need to be life-changing, though I feel like there's a difference between books that are fine and books that simply exist.
Yeah, this is a book, it exists, and I read it, is completely different to this book was okay.
For me, it is awful. Why did this get published? Oh! Hello! We have another friend!
Hello! Hi. How are you doing?
Good. This is really weird because I had to like download the app for this, and this is very strange to me.
There's an app?
That is very odd.
Yeah, for some reason my iPad was like, yeah, no, we're not doing this. You have to get the app. And I was like,
I didn't know there was an app.
I also didn't know that.
It's purely, I think it's for there's a StreamYard guest. I'll take a screenshot like later and send it to you because this is just a weird time. But how is everyone doing?
Weird. We're doing good. How are you doing now that the iPad's not being weird for you?
Good. I woke up like a half hour ago, so I'm still not like.
I mean, it is 8:30 for you, so yeah. I understand.
It's actually 9:30 for me.
Oh yeah, you're only an hour behind me. It's 9:30 for you.
Can I welcome Thor into the day with the exact same question that I had for you and everyone on my sprints yesterday?
Sure, go for it.
You have a golden button and you can bring back any series that has been cancelled. Which one? TV series, by the way, not books. Yeah, I like flinging questions upon people at 9 a.m.
Well, the last season is this latest season, but I would have to say Station 19.
Okay, fair.
There is another canceled series, but honestly, I can't remember it right now. I've seen so many shows that my backlog is just like,
yeah,
that's fair. What I felt like. I'm like, there are definitely shows I would bring back, but like, I felt like they got a fair ending and a good wrap up.
Ooh, My Name is Earl. That's another one where it was such a weird ending, and I was like, what?
Like, you are all welcome to. Yeah, Julie and the Phantoms was the answer yesterday.
Oh, and with an E.
That was an answer from yesterday too.
Yeah. Yesterday my answer was Julie and the Phantoms, and then I think I found somebody was talking about Gallivant, and I was like, Gallivant would be nice to have back too because Alan.
I haven't heard that in a while, but I never watched that.
So many Julie and the Phantoms people. Whoops. Still pissed about
that.
Yeah. Timeless. That's another good one. At least we got the movie. At least we got the movie for that one, which I did not.
It'd be really interesting for them to try to explain the fact that Anne's Micmac friend is going to be in that boarding school for quite a while and probably not coming out very well on the other side.
Yeah.
So I think they were like, well, we'll just do it like this. And then also like, whatever happens to Matthew and all that stuff. So they were probably like, yeah, we don't want to show that. We're just going to let Anne be happy.
Yeah. I mean, at least with Anne, you do have the books,
That's true.
If you want to read all of that.
Yeah. We're not putting that on the classic list, by the way.
We're not?
No, I don't particularly feel like reading it.
Okay.
Not quite yet.
I love the books.
It's on my to read for the year. I just don't know where it is.
It's and I can't, again, because of the time it was written, I cannot speak for how well it handles certain themes if those show up. Or even acknowledged, but the first book at least is just beautiful and wonderful and very wholesome, and reminded me of very much of myself.
Doesn't she get progressively more annoying as the series goes on, though?
No, she grows up a bit.
Oh, okay, well,
like the TV series.
The TV series. I went to watch most recently. I was like, I should just watch this again and like actually finish it, and it was one of those days I was like, oh, I can't, it's late. I can't handle this level of person right now.
That's fair.
I'm like,
you really need to have all of your wits about you to deal with Anne sometimes.
Yeah.
The first episode really hooked me because she has this moment where they kind of like touched on her like PTSD from the orphanage, but then they never like fully followed through on that. But she has that whole like, that's the whole reason why she like, you kind of like have to analyze Anne like psychologically, and that's where I kind of like really like
so
her.
Much about Anne makes sense.
So ADHD, autistic coded.
Yeah, she I mean, I think if I remember correctly, I don't think it touches on it in the books, but the show did a really good job of exploring things that I think should be explored when you're telling that kind of story. A lot of it was actually the Hammonds that she had the most PTSD from, because that's where she was the longest, and they were abusive. Because most parents were borderline abusive at that time. Hitting kids was a normal thing. And like, not even what we would be pissed about.
Like almost corporal punishment type shit.
Yeah, definitely. Like you could smack kids with rulers in schools and do worse things.
Yeah.
So not to with everyone. Let's see. But yeah, I want to watch that at some point. The books follow her all the way into like her and Gil having kids and stuff.
Oh, I didn't know that they go that long.
Yeah, and then there's some side books that are about her kids.
Yeah. So from what I have seen, the show covers Anne of Green Gables, Anne of Avonlea, and then Anne of Windy Poplars. The first three.
Okay. The first three.
Yeah, and they cover it pretty accurately, at least from the bit that I've watched. I know, like that was the same span. Have you watched at all the Megan Follows version of Anne? Okay, that's the same kind of span that the Megan Follows version followed as well, which was Green Gables, Avonlea, and Windy Poplars.
Okay.
Brianna says new girl mostly because I just want to watch it forever.
I agree. I would sit and watch that show until Kingdom Come.
See, I'm someone I would rather have like a 6 or 7 season show with really good writing than whatever is happening with Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah, Grey's Anatomy really needs to be taken out into the backyard.
I just like...
See, that's why I'm so pissed about the Station 19 thing, because it's like, you have so much you can do with Station 19, and then you have Grey's Anatomy. And Calvin is like, when are they just gonna, like, take Grey off? Like, I just want her to get out of here.
I get that it is popular, and I am glad that it's there giving like jobs for actors, because it's one of the only shows left that is doing that the way that it is doing that. Like, it is providing consistent employment for actors. But for me, like, the show should have ended with Meredith and Derek happy.
Yeah.
If you could not end it there, you should not have continued. You know?
Correct.
Like that was my, like, you, that's the thing that sold you on the first thing. That's the promise of the premise. We got there, and then you just killed all of that. So, like, I would rather have, and I think that's why some of the later seasons of Grey's got hard for me, even before Patrick Dempsey left and all of that. Like, when the main cast members started leaving, I was just like, okay, I'm kind of done. Like,
I know that with Scrubs, when JD left, can't think of his real life name. When he left, they gave it like one more season with a new cast, and they were like, "This sucks. Bye-bye."
Yeah. And here's the thing: is you could do a spin-off. I feel like we need more shows to do spin-offs instead
Like,
of just
wasn't Private Practice with Derek's ex-wife?
Yes,
Yep.
Private Practice was with Derek's ex-wife. Like, for me, like, Once Upon a Time, I would have ended it at season 6, and then sold season 7 as like continuing on, but sold season 7 as a completely new series.
Okay.
Like, Once Upon a Time, the continuing series, or Once Upon a Time Ever After, something like that.
Once Upon a Time.
Yeah. Versus trying to, because I liked some of what they did with season 7, but they were missing most of the cast that had people watching. Because, like, part of why people were watching was for the Charmings and for Emma.
I never made it past season 1.
Same.
Yeah.
We got to season 2, and Kevin was like, "Wait, what? This is what happens? No, we're done.
Goodbye."
I loved it. I think I got lost. I know I got lost a little bit during season 3 because I was like, oh my God, I can't deal with, like, when you guys sort out the love triangle, I'll come back.
Fair.
I can't. I was like, I'm sick of love triangles right now. Lockwood and Co. You can read the books too. There is a Julie and the Phantoms books, but they're in Spanish, and like the best part of the show is the music. Exactly. For real. Okay. I watched Grey's on and off. Loved last season. So far this season, I love that they brought Ellen Pompeo back. Let that woman retire. She's tired.
Let her take her day. Okay? That woman needs the rest of her life off. She's got her money. She's good. Let her go to the Cayman Islands or like Cancun or wherever she is and just stand on a beach and scream.
I mean, it might have just been that she couldn't get work. That's possible. When you've been on a show that long, it can be hard.
You get very typecast.
Well, because it's like, what if like Marissa Hargitay left like Law and Order? What the fuck's she gonna do?
Yeah. And it's, from what I understand, like you can keep your career going between seasons. That is possible. I know actors on Once Upon a Time did that a lot, but you have to be very intentional about it.
Yeah. Like,
unless it is a time show, I feel they can go for a long time. I love NCIS. I would rather have fewer seasons and only good eps than many seasons and many bad eps. Like, yeah, I feel like just for the actors as well, for planning, I feel like all TV shows should have this is how long we plan on it being.
Yeah. But also, don't do it like How I Met Your Mother did it. And we won't say any more about that, because if we do, I will be here past my evening experience.
That year was just like the year for, like, that was like a whole year of just bad show, because you had Game of Thrones, you had How I Met Your Mother, I believe, around the same time, if I remember correctly, and then the 100, like, less than a year later, and it was just like, what are these people on? Like, I wish I could blame it on COVID, but I can't.
Imagine doing away with an entire season's worth of character growth within the first 10 minutes of your finale.
And development and, like, all of that.
Yeah.
Like, if you wanted to do a show about a dude losing his wife and moving on, you should have just started with dude losing his wife and moving on. Or been telling them concurrently. Like, you're telling this past story about How I Met Your Mother, And then you're also telling a story about how I moved on from your mother.
Yeah. How much I want to bang your Aunt Robin still.
Yeah. Which,
Gross.
I don't know. I haven't watched the show, but from what I've seen, Barney and Robin all the way.
Absolutely. I stand by that relationship 1,000%.
Yeah. Renee says, for me, ratings are awful. Why did this get published? This book exists. This book is decent. Then you have good but not memorable, and then very good, and last best of the year / life.
Yeah.
And speaking of Lauren,
Christina Lauren.
Hit or miss for me. Loved on Honeymooners. Wilder Ones,
Wilder Ones, what?
Christina says, I have just been chatting and fighting my laptop and drinking coffee. Hello, Sadia. Welcome. I will be honest, Alex. I know that this person is a hockey player, probably because of Tampa. Could not tell you a single thing about hockey. I'm like, the only sports I really truly know would be baseball. And even then, I do not keep up with shit.
See, I don't either, except for here's the thing. You have to keep up on your, sometimes you just have to keep up on your research. Like, I've learned so much about hockey in the past, year and a half, simply because Alex explained it to me. And he's the first man to ever explain any kind of a sport to me, or even to, like, have the bandwidth to.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay.
If it was something that was
Alex.
Yeah. To my partner, I could get into it.
Yeah.
I would happily get into it if it was something that was important to my partner. But currently, I am single, and I don't, like, my parents can like what sports they like. So, anyways, the closest I ever came to following a sport was when I was in college, and that's because I was going to a football college.
Oh, well, then you had to. You had no choice.
I didn't have a choice. Everyone was talking about football and Tim Tebow at the time, because he was the star quarterback of the Gators at that time.
See, and that's where my eyes would have just glazed over.
Yeah.
I did that a couple of weeks ago. Speaking of not talking about the book, I wound up recording it, but it took me a day or so to realize I had skipped the one book in my thumbnail.
I should have re-recorded it, but I just didn't give a shit.
That, Aoife, is valid.
By that stage, I was in too deep to care.
I understand that. Let's see. Moving on from shows. For my 10-year anniversary on BookTube next month, I'm reading the book that got me back into reading, and I'm nervous because I'm like, how will that hold up? Oh, no.
Fair. Very valid point.
I have books that I have chosen that I loved, that I have chosen not to reread. I still have them. I'm still keeping them on my shelves because, like, I worked hard to get all of them.
Yep.
They do not reflect my values now.
That's fair.
I know that for a fact because apparently in Christian fiction, it's okay to use the N-word, but you can't have them talk.
See, that's where I
go out on a limb here. Say that it's not.
Yeah.
I envy you guys because I didn't have a contemporary girl, like contemporary person phase when I was in high school. It was either like nonfiction or like fantasy. And so I didn't, like, when I got to BookTube, I saw that I was still in my like fantasy era or whatever. And so when people were talking about contemporaries, I was like, boring. And then at some point I hit that wall when I had Soren, and I was like, I want to get it back into reading. And then I just started reading contemporaries, but I never bothered to like actually read like the older stuff.
I
have no idea.
I didn't really read much contemporaries. I was a sci-fi, fantasy, historical fiction girly. I think the closest that would still be historical fiction. The closest I got was Nancy Drew to contemporaries.
No, I was a big contemporaries girly. No surprises to anybody.
Or Magic Attic Club, I guess, would count as contemporary. Anyone remember that one?
Not even slightly.
Yeah, what? No, that it was a competitive line to American Girl.
Okay.
Where it was historical, but it was girls that lived in the modern day, and there was a magic attic that they would go through, and they would be a part of different stories in historical times. And so they had little outfits to go with that and all of that stuff. It was a pretty interesting conceit. I don't think I read as many of those as I did American Girl.
That's fair.
Which I'm pretty sure Felicity is the only one that I have read all of the books for. Potentially like Kirsten. Actually, no, I think I've read all of the books for the original 6. It was the newer ones because I was starting to get a bit older that I didn't read.
I'm trying to read Dear America this year.
Yes, you got me wanting to pick some of those back up.
Well, I've been trying to read these for the last 3 months, and I picked some up again today, or not today, yesterday. And Harley was like, "Why don't you just pick 2?" And I was like,
"They're short books.
You don't just pick 2. You can pick as many as He's like, "Yeah, but you picked them. You picked up a bunch last time and you didn't read them." And I was like,
"You need options."
Yeah.
Clothes.
I was like, I don't point out your flaws, sir. So leave me alone.
And also, they're very short books. So if you really get in a mood to read them, you need.
Well, and some of these are gonna be the most interesting ones to me, and I'm scared that I'm gonna get through all of them and be like, eh.
Oh no.
That's fair. That's
but there's only one so far that I've read out of the 3 that I was like, this is good. This is good shit. But Barry Denenberg and I were fighting. If I see that man in public, I'm gonna be like, let's go.
Oh, Barry, he's the one that, what did he write? Which ones did he write? Do you remember?
Mirror, Mirror on the Wall. And on One Sunday Morning.
Oh, that's the Pearl Harbor one, isn't it?
Yeah. And through him, so many characters end up unaliving themselves. At the end, he's like, epilogue, so-and-so, because of so-and-so happened, he ended up doing this, proceeds to explain exactly what he did. And I'm like,
and these are made-up characters.
That's horrific.
I could understand if that was something you saw for an actual historical figure.
He literally blew his brains out in the book. I was like, this, Barry, these are for 11 to 13-year-olds.
Wow.
Yeah, it was, Barry cannot write.
On that note, I'm afraid I have to leave it here for the afternoon to go and get ready for my evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did we get to the end of the book?
No, but I will be here for the start of the next sprint, and I genuinely have this much of the narrative to read.
Beautiful. So you'll get there. Okay. You will be taking only the roomies with you.
I will be taking roomies with me on the bus, and I will check in before I leave to actually confirm it. I promise.
We will look out for that. Aoife, before you go, is there anything that you would like to plug for your channel?
My channel is Pretty Purple Polka Dots. It's this one right here. I host sprints usually on Fridays, and I have videos coming out on Mondays and on Thursdays.
Beautiful. All right. Bye.
See you later.
And I will get Aoife in the description when we go. I just never know who's going to show up. And we lost Thor. That's an iPad thing, though.
What happened?
I don't know. It just pulled a D&D on us.
Mine does that too. So.
This usually only happens when we're playing Dungeons and Dragons, guys. I've never had it happen on sprints before.
Oof.
And it's always funny because you'll leave and then you'll pop back, and my automatic thing is to be like, oh, I need to hit add to screen, but you've already been added. So oh nope, there goes. That was me. You were already there.
It happens sometimes. It does.
So, Jamie says, in genre fiction, I read a lot of books that are simply fine. I barely remember when I try to talk in videos. Yep, there were murders, bad guys caught or not. The rest would be spoilers anyways. That is so hard. Trying to figure out what people would think is a spoiler.
My professor, I had to pull out this thing, but my professor did a thing. It's like plan for close reading essay, but like she always, I'm not getting graded for this. I'm not like, but she'll still hand me the things, and she'll be like, I hope it helps you anyway, blah blah blah. And I'm like, actually, I use it for my reviews now because, she's like, well, you could just do like a detailed outline, and then just come in with like 3 concise paragraphs. And I was like, where were you when I was in college? Like,
I love it when you have those teachers that you're like, I should have been with you the entire time.
Yeah.
We had somebody do a sub for my biology class, which I scraped by with a B in. And he came in for one time, and I was like, if this had been you the entire time, I would have an A+. Because he did such a good job of explaining stuff. Like, the entire problem with that class was like the teacher's tests, because he wouldn't teach what was on the tests. Like, the stuff that was on the test, the only reason I got good grades on it and knew what to study for was because he released practice tests.
Oh.
Because he wouldn't teach what we were going to be tested on. The stuff in the book, the chapters in the reading were not what we were being tested on.
I don't even know why we had to get the books for some of them, because some of the content, I was like, you've been teaching this class for I don't know how long, and I know for a fact you're not following along with the books, because I think you took like 2 sentences out of this entire 4-chapter fucking thing that we had to read, and then you expanded on it. And it was like, the book and what he taught, like, just don't match up. And I remember I was failing this class, and he messaged me and he was like, so you are at a D right now. You need to come to this workshop. We're having it at this time. Yes, I know it's early in the morning, but if you come, I'm going to give you all the answers to the test and you're going to pass. So I was like, okay. So I went to the thing, wrote down everything, and I passed. I only had I think 1 wrong. Because he's like, you need to get your grades back up. And I was like, see, you should be doing this from the start instead of.
Yeah, no, I like that teacher, the way that he worded his questions. Like, you had to sit down half the test. You were sitting there going, what is he asking here? It's biology, by the way, not sociology, not ethics, not anything for logic or any of that stuff. You had to sit down and, okay, what is he actually, and then you had to sit down and analyze the answer to figure out which answer was the correct answer. And I was like, why can't you just ask straightforward questions?
I actually had to drop out of my biology class because I couldn't follow along with what was going on. So props to you, Margaret, for sticking it out.
I was still planning on being a vet at that time, so.
Oh. You were planning on being a vet? Aw.
Once upon a time, yes. Very long time ago. That class is also the reason that I ended up finally getting glasses, which I never need anymore. Because at 8 a.m., my eyes could not, the nearsightedness would not go away. I mean, it never goes away, but most of the time, everything's in focus. Not at 8 a.m. So, traumatized people from the How I Met Your Mother finale. There is a reason my all-time favorite TV are British. They usually have 5 seasons and no filler eps. I like American, but I love British ones. I like I said, I think that having a good endpoint is a good idea. And then if people want to continue on, you see if you can with the cast you got.
That's how I feel about Call the Midwife, because that one's been on for such a long time, but it just keeps
on. And then there are the shows that never end. Unpopular opinion, Grey's Anatomy. Again, we've chatted about that one. Miranda, Coupling, It Crowd, Merlin. I just don't invest in TV shows anymore. They get canceled too easy. I stick to books and competition reality TV now.
That's a good one.
Just being utterly surprised that Aoife would read contemporary as a kiddo. Hey, Ro, welcome. Yes, the Amish romances. Why are they so popular?
It's just because it was such a good time. You could just shut your brain off and learn what Jebediah and Mary were doing.
Well, I mean, because Christian fiction's a lot of historical fiction, but the fact that Amish romance was so popular.
Because it was I think it's just the whole thing of forbiddenness and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And that's you're Amish though.
That's funny. There were also a lot of what was it? Beverly Lewis did a lot of returning to the fold Amish romances, which was like, ma'am, what? Book buying and book reading are two different hobbies. Agreed. Had a Nancy Drew period, then urban fantasy, then contemporary, and now I read everything or a lot. No horror or literary, but most other genres. I am a not. I don't know if I would say I'm a horror girly now, but I do like my horror now. So hello now, welcome. I have zero interest in Amish fiction. I ate it up back in the day. Now, not so much. I'm just like, why? Hey, road crewman. Good day. I'm actually at the beach right now, so probably won't be talking much, but I will certainly be reading a lot. Understandable. Okay, shall we do another sprint? Oh, stop being difficult. Okay. Because we talked so long, I'll give y'all an hour because we were chatting.
We were chatting, yes.
It
was a good time.
It was a fun time. We've been. I know, Jess.
I was surprised too because I saw that y'all were on, and I was like, I gotta hurry up, or they're gonna be in sprints already, and I'm gonna be just behind the glass, like.
Yeah, because you know that like I do sprints and then I walk away, and you're like, well, I'll get on there eventually.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, we've been chatting for an hour. I apologize. That was not the plan, but we had a lot to talk about, and we're here for 12 hours, so I'm not worried about it. You know?
I'm not even remotely worried.
So, okay. Adding this, and we are going in 3, 2, 1. Meet your mic. back. How did we all? Excuse me. How did we all do?
Good. How about you?
Well, give me just a second because I've got to do math. Or I have to use a calculator, I guess. I don't actually do the math. 336, 164. Okay. I read 40 pages of The Only Good Indians by Stephen Graham Jones. So, which is a wild book.
Oh, yeah. I have not read it all the way. I will say that. But I have... Sorry, go ahead.
No, finish your thought. I can finish mine in a minute.
Oh, no, you go ahead.
That's your thought. Okay. I've made it to the third point of view. We just started the third point of view. And I think I figured out what he's doing with this.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. Because, I don't know. I feel like all of Stephen Graham Jones's books have a central, idea at their core. And we went through a moment there where I'm like, what is the central idea here? And then we got to the elk calf, and I was like, I think
when you have that moment of realization, I literally have only read up to I think chapter 2.
Yeah. It is his books are books that I think it's I don't know, the word's not careful, but I feel like people need to go into them a little bit prepared, because I know there are people who cannot deal with gore, cannot deal with animal death, that kind of thing.
I remember the first time I read The Only Good Indians, and I was like,
yeah,
I'm okay.
Yeah, there are people I would definitely be like, no, you shouldn't read this. You will not have a good time. You will not like it. Don't pick it up.
Wait, I thought you were saying My Heart is a Chainsaw. My bad.
No.
I've read the whole thing.
For Only Good Indians?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been intrigued since the beginning. I think and we lost Thor. Give it a minute. Thor will be back. Yeah, this book. Oh, let me close this stupid window. iPad man.
Was that me?
Yeah.
Okay, I have no idea what just happened.
Sometimes StreamYard's just no. Anyways, I've been intrigued since the beginning. I think I'm gonna end up liking the Indian Lake trilogy way more. Or not way more, but that's a 5-star series. This is shaping out to be probably a 4-star. But it's still, the way he writes is still so good, and he does the creepy factor so well. And I think if you like horror, if you can deal with the amount of fucked upness that is going to happen in his books.
That was my first foray ever into his books, and I thought he was a debut author when I first read it on NetGalley. I was like, you know what? Good luck to you. This is the end. This was great. Bye. But after I realized that, then I was like, you know what? I'll just give it another shot. And I read it the whole way through, and I was like, oh, okay. But also, he has very exquisite taste in pens.
Who doesn't?
Because he did this, he did this signing with S.A. Cosby, and he had this little case open, and I was literally looking at all his pens, and I was like, oh my God, you know what you're writing, sir. He has exquisite taste in pens. I just wanted to add that. Sorry.
I can't say that. Sometimes I want to write with a really fancy gel pen. Sometimes I want to write with a Bic, ballpoint. Sometimes it has to be. I go through phases where it has to be a specific type of pen. You know what I mean? Anyways, this is like, yeah, his books are just so well written. So well written. And I'm just like, what the heck, dude? So creepy too.
Oh yeah.
So, which is very funny considering that he is like fully responsible for getting me into the horror genre. But
I can actually see the comments on this app.
Yeah?
Before that, I couldn't.
Weird. I've been able to see the comments for a while. Feel free, by the way, to chime in, guys, with what you did and what was going on. But yeah, highly recommend this for anyone who's into horror.
Highly recommend.
I can see why there are parts in it where people would just be like, no, and push it to the side. But like, I trust the man. So I was like, no, I'm going to keep going. And then the moment when you realize what is actually going on, it's like, oh, she's literally driving these men insane as an act of revenge.
Yes.
Like, and it's interesting how he likes to highlight female rage in his books. I've noticed that. I don't know about his other books, between this and the Indian Lake trilogy.
Yeah, he's just really good at his like exposition and like how he puts everything together.
Yeah. And he's one of the female authors that I've never had this was definitely written by a man moment with. And I don't know how he does that. But anyways,
okay, this is your granola bar limit, sir. Here you go.
You can't have too many granola bars, Mom.
Well, so like every 2 weeks when I go shopping, I buy like 6 boxes of granola. Because that's his safe snack.
Yeah.
Except for on weekends, he's like, ooh, it's a free-for-all. Because I haven't put them away yet. And that's
okay. Next sprint, we go put the granola away.
Yes.
That sounds like a plan.
I will do that.
That sounds like a plan.
But so far, I've just been planning.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I had a whole bullet journal for the whole year, and it was just not working. Like, I wasn't even looking at it. I wasn't touching it. Was doing nothing with it. So I was like, we're just going to redo everything. And so far, it has been working out well.
I keep saying I'm going to get back into my bullet journal, but then stuff keeps happening at the end of the month where I can't get into it. And then it's halfway through the next month, and it's like, well, I'm not going to use my stickers now because I'm only going to use them for half the time. And these are good stickers.
It's not the perfect time for you to do this.
Like, if I'm going to use
your brain's stickers, like, nah.
I want to use all of them, and I want to have them the whole month. Because I'm weird like that. It's great. All right. Lynn says, got another 47 pages read of To Shape a Dragon's Breath. Very nice. Oh. And that was a no. Give Thor a minute. They will be back. And then Laura says, hey, finishing up The Queen of the Tyrling and hopping around. Understandable. Let's...
I don't know why this keeps happening to me. So
apps are weird and glitchy sometimes and annoying. So let me. It's funny. I have these handy dandy chapter markers on here that I never use. I scroll all the way down. I'm like, no, I could just do this way. So okay. Don't know why it does that. Okay, there we go. All right, so you said you're redoing your bullet journal for this year?
For the first, like, I just moved to a different one.
Ah, okay. Okay, yeah. You're like, you know what? We need a fresh start here.
So this one is April.
Gemini Christmas Thor. That's so detailed.
And it's done me really well. because this was the first week in my bullet journal.
Oh my God. There's so much writing. I love it.
I know. Yeah, I was really happy about it too.
So is it Friends themed or is it Phoebe themed?
It's Phoebe themed.
Okay.
Mostly, yeah. Because I was like, she's so like, she just kind of like exudes this like earthy, like vibes. Indie, yeah. And so, and then May, the only propaganda that I really enjoy, and that is Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Oh yeah.
And also, it's my birthday month, so I'm like, we're just gonna make it as like fun as possible.
Love it. I haven't finished Brooklyn Nine-Nine yet, but I need to because I really like it. It's a fun time. Show.
You'll be happy.
Before reality ruined it for me.
Well, it's funny because like they actually talk about that in the last season of like how George Floyd's death had like kind of landscaped the cop whatever. So that's interesting because you kind of get to touch on that a little bit too.
Literally the only good cops, and that's because they're fictional.
Yes.
Laura says that planner is beautiful. I agree.
Like that's I will have to say they're the only ones I like, minus like Rizzoli and Isles. And like Booth.
Yeah.
But like for me, I'm not really a fan. I might get some hate for this, but I'm not really a fan of Olivia Benson. Like I like watching the show. Don't get me wrong, but she is a very complex character, and 9 times out of 10, she will go hard on like even possible offenders.
I know. Booth
she is that so too. Like she'll like she's violent, and she's like she kind of like stereotypes people and like all in the name of justice, but it's like, is it really justice?
Exactly. We're about to get onto a rant. Oh my God. I've been rewatching Bones, and like every episode I'm like, you can't actually do that, Booth. That violates someone's rights. Like, and it drives me nuts how they act like talking to a lawyer is a bad thing. And like, no. Oh, get a lawyer. Get a lawyer before you talk to any cops. They've too many times, they don't care if you're actually the person that did it. They just want to find someone to blame. So, I will wait for Thor to come back before highlighting this. But anyways, yeah, I love the show, but it is watching it now. It's like, oh man, like we're selling this like it's a good thing, and it's not. It really isn't. And I think all of the cast kind of get focused on we need to catch the killer, we need to do this, without thinking about the people that they are affecting in these searches for things. I feel like Elliot does that too, so it's a double whammy with Law and Order for sure. Yeah. Brooklyn Nine-Nine is one of my 2 favorite TV series. That and Schitt's Creek. Very nice. Very nice. My favorites are like probably Bones and Once Upon a Time. Like, I loved that show for so long. I wish I could say like Once Upon a Time in the 100, but you guys know how that ended for me. So that didn't work out. Oop, give it a minute. Thor is coming back. There we go.
Am I back?
Okay. Yes, you're back. Like, fuck this shit. We're trying something different.
I have to use my phone because my iPad was just like, I can't do this. So.
Like, I do not support this app. I do not support this app.
Okay, so what were you saying about Booth? Because I have
it's not just Booth, it's everyone on the team. They get so focused on, we have to catch the murderer, we have to catch this, we have to do that, and I'm like, but you're walking all over people's rights, and like you're jumping to conclusions. You're so focused on trying to find justice that you are being unjust to everyone else involved.
And then Brennan just randomly punches a suspect, and I'm like, Brennan, you can't do that. You are not above the law. You should be charged with assault. I love you so much, but you need to be charged.
There have been a few times where I'm like, he kind of had that coming.
Well, it like those moments, like the moments when like somebody touches her and she punches them, I'm like, okay, that I understand.
Absolutely.
But like when she just randomly just like punches a guy, no.
No, ma'am. No. Yeah, it's been interesting to rewatch it, knowing everything that I know now about what is and is not actually legal for cops to do when questioning people, and like what is and is not ethical. Because a whole bunch of stuff is legal but not ethical.
That's why Calvin just loves Hodgins.
I love Hodgins too, but sometimes he's not above the rest of them.
He's just like, I just have my bugs.
So it's interesting to see all of like the propaganda and the kind of way that Bones pushes like anything in the name of justice is fine, and it's not correct, you know?
Yes. 100% agree with that, because and then even Soroyan herself, like what made me mad was that one episode where she was like, she's going on a date and she's like, this has to be done by the time I go on my date, and Calvin's like, just go on your date. He's like, just say that you can only go from this time to this time.
That is the Valentine's Day episode, and it's so funny because like that was the first time I noticed it, but then I started noticing it more and more, where it's like, no, you guys do have normal hours, right? Like it's not like, oh, there's a murder and then we cannot go. Like that's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. Like you do your job until your hours are over, and then you get to go home if you choose.
Yep.
The capitalism as well. I feel like rewatching Bones as an adult is just realizing that Hodgins is not actually as crazy as he seems.
No, he's a normal, regular, degular guy. He kind of, after a certain few seasons, he kind of loses that like pessimist, like conspiracy theory thing. He fully leans into the fact that he's like, oh, I'm rich.
Yeah, he does cool it on the conspiracy theories. That is specifically, he cools it after season 3 because of Zach.
Yeah.
If you'll remember, because that was a big reason why Zach did what he did. But he cools it, but still, whenever he brings something up, it's always funny when I'm like, oh, but that actually, I know what he's referencing there, and that it actually happened. Like, it's not a theory, my dude. It is, we know it happened.
It is a truth.
Yeah, like he mentioned MK Ultra in an episode. Like, I know what that is. I didn't know what that was when I watched it the first time.
I've also been noticing the amount of, like, now that I'm an adult, I also notice the amount of point of purchase like advertising. Because right now they're doing like right now in Rizzoli and Isles, they did like Dr. Scholl's.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you can put these in your heels and they're so comfortable.
I'm like, noticed a couple of those things too. What else was it I was watching? There was something else that I was watching and I was like, oh, that's definitely product placement. Like, there have been just definite places. There was one time that like the episode where Booth is doing like the cancer thing for the neurofibromatosis kids. Like, that was very obviously like, hey, we want to highlight this issue and here's who you can donate to in the episode. And I was like,
oh yeah,
done the episode and then at the end had a little spiel by the actors being like, hey, this affects this many kids. You got to write it in where people will most likely miss it, let's be honest. So
oh yeah,
okay,
but yeah, it's just one of those things.
It is. Let us go into another. So we're going to do one more sprint and then we're going to do a short sprint, I think, after that, because at 2 we are switching over to the second part of these sprints. So things happen. And I need to set that up, don't I? I will go ahead and add the timer. And 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello, welcome back. We might have a new friend. There we go. Okay. All right. How we do?
Well, I've just woken up, so I did not read at all.
Nice.
Got on. I laid here and stared at the ceiling for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna attempt to finish Coming Home today.
Okay.
Which is by someone.
It's by a person.
It's by Kennedy Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
But it's short. I only have an hour left of it because it's one of the ones that's an Audible original or whatever.
Yeah.
So we're gonna try to finish that. I also need to update my reading journal. It's been sorely neglected. Luckily, my spreadsheet and everything else is updated, so it'll be easy enough to update it. But I don't think I've updated it since honestly, I'm not even sure I put in my March stats, if I'm gonna be honest. So
I need to go do that. Haven't done that yet. Yay! Okay, I've got 10 left to read. I can do this.
I don't know how many. Hold on.
You're closer than I am. That's what I know.
Am I?
I'm just trying not to be in last place. That's all.
Okay, I have 8. I have 8 left to read. 7 after I finish this one. I can do it, I think.
Nice.
By Tuesday, I can do it. We got this, Margaret.
We got this. How is everyone else doing? How do we do? I finished Laura Olympus Volume 3, and it's not in here, but I'm moving on to the next Animorphs book. So I can read that because that vlog is technically due in a couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do that. But this one I liked. I like this one a lot. The others I've been just kind of I haven't hated them, but I haven't been entranced with them. But this one really got fun for me. And it's getting messy.
I have to see which one I left off on because I know I'm waiting for one from the library.
Yeah. I kind of I
think I've read.
Oh, go ahead.
I think I've read 1 through. I think I've read 1 through 3. I think.
Yeah.
For Laurel and
I need to see about getting, the rest of them from my library because I'm not gonna buy them right now.
Oh no, I've read 1 and 2. I'm waiting on 3 because my library only had available. They only had 1, 2, and 5.
That's weird.
And I was like, cool. So I have 3 and 4 on hold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I should go look and see. Let me pull this up on my phone real quick so that I can, it'll come up and then I'll remember to request them when we're done here. So how is everyone else doing? We had Chloe join us. Hey, Chloe, how are you? We also have a Brecht asking, hello, how are you today? Doing well. I'm, working on reading books. That's what this is for. That's what we're here for. That's what I'm here for. I don't know about the rest of us. So, Brecht says I'm going to start Divergent and currently reading ACOTAR, Wink Poppy Midnight, A Court That Bleeds Gold, Only the Guilty Survive, and Divergent 1. Goodness, you've got so many. I shouldn't be surprised, but you've got so many books going at once. I don't want to look at what my technical currently reading is right now because it'd be long. If you were to look at my currently reading on Storygraph, it'd be long. Renee says just finished Word Drops by Paul Anthony Jones, a fun fact book about languages. That sounds interesting. And then Kay says, hey ladies, just back watching Sprints after a sleep and dinner, reading The Soulmate Equation by Christina Lauren. We have a lot of Christina Lauren today. Because Aoife was reading it earlier. And she sent me proof that she has made it to roomies. So she is good there. Yay. There we go. There y'all are. Okay. Rope Crewman says, just returned from the beach. I finished my volume of Fantastic Four 2 minutes ago. Nice. Nice. Brooklyn Nine-Nine is very good. Meds, average 4 to 7. Sometimes I always have 2 going at a time. That's the goal, to have an audiobook going and a physical book going. But sometimes I'm better about that than others.
Yeah, I always try to have like an audiobook and an ebook. I am technically reading A Fate Inked in Blood still as a physical book. It's just really slow for me because I don't really read physical books. I'm on page like 135. Listen, for my vlog or whatever, in a week I got to page 130 and I was like, I didn't finish a book in a week, which was what like the goal for the vlog was. I was like, I feel like 130 pages for a person who hasn't read a physical book in 2 years is good.
Yeah.
You know?
That's not bad. Yeah. That's not bad.
I'm calling it successful. Okay.
You just gotta find that good hyper-focus book where you're like, no, I have to read the rest of this now.
Right. Right. And so far, the only thing that's worked with is a manga or graphic novels.
Yeah.
But it's because a manga or a graphic novel, I can sit down and I want to read it in one sitting.
Well, yeah, because they're so short too.
Yeah.
I have some manga that I might be pulling up later.
Good morning.
Let's say good morning to you and her.
Good morning, Ari.
Good morning. I just got out of the shower.
All right, we'll get dressed.
Nice.
We have the library because I think my Laura Olympus books came in because they're not on my whole list
Can
anymore.
I get new books because I need to return that book?
Sure.
Yes.
Wow.
I wear this because it doesn't have this. Is it normal?
I don't think it's wrong for that.
I really want to wear it though.
Who's this bozo?
Yeah, that's fine. All right, it's 71 degrees.
Do I have to wear a coat?
No, dude. But settle down, please.
I like when I don't have to wear a coat. And I can wear
Well, it's 71 degrees outside, so I'm not going to make you wear a coat.
I just gotta look at the...
What?
I just gotta look at volume 4 for Laura Olympus, and I'm like, who the heck is this bozo on the cover with Persephone? I don't know this character. Renee says, sounds like you have a very happy kid, Neva.
Yeah, she's
Why did
something.
you do that?
Are you happy? Are you happy, Ari?
Yes.
Very nice.
Just put it on the floor. I gotta wash laundry today anyway.
Stay that way as long as possible.
Again.
Okay. Renee says, highly recommend it. Laughed so much. Okay, I'm gonna go up. And I'm gonna star that so I know to come back to it later. Let's see. Laura says, I think I just ate and entertained the young one who definitely has all her energy back after the pots. Oh no. All the energy back. We got choices here. Hold on. Deciding whether the next book I pick up should be Mr. Popper's Penguins, childhood reread. I remember that book. 100 Years of Solitude or Confessions of a Shopaholic. Having recently read the first chapter of Confessions of a Shopaholic, I mean, it wasn't bad, but there are, unless you have a specific desire to read it, I would probably go with one of the other two. Just me personally. Choices are Mr. Popper's Penguins, 100 Years of Solitude, or Confessions of a Shopaholic.
I don't have any socks, so I'm just going to put shoes on.
I feel like I'm thinking...
I don't have any socks.
I mean, Mr. Popper's Penguins is a fun book. I remember that.
It's a fun book.
Shoes. I don't have any socks to wear.
And it's a quick read, too, Rope Crewman.
Sorry.
You can get that one out real quick and then go on to something else. So, Let's see. Ellie has joined us. Hi, Ellie. How are you? Just joined reading The Paris Apartment in between Bridgerton books. Very nice. I still need to unpack my suitcase. I have the first Bridgerton book in my suitcase because I read it while I was on vacation. And I am reading, I think, the first 4 for a first try vlog. So, speaking of outsides, it's raining outside now, but the nice raining. Lovely sound of the rain on the wall, sitting in a good chair by my windows. Ooh, I love that. I'm a sucker for like a rainy day. Like if I need to go out about and do stuff, it's annoying. But there's nothing better than like being able to sit with like a cup of tea in the rain outside your window. And if you're really lucky, a little bit of thunder. I like some thunder with my rainstorms. I know that makes me weird. I wouldn't mind if she shared that energy with me. Yes. Let's see. Honestly, I prefer Kinsella's standalones over her series. I read 100 Years of Solitude for university, more like 100 Years of Confusing. I say Poppers. So it sounds like all of the votes are for Mr. Popper's Penguins there. We're all like, yeah, read that one. They'll all still be there, though, at the end of the day. They will all still be there. And Renee, True Thunder can be nice, too. Very nice. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is I need to set that up. Okay, so I'm going to do 30 for this next one because we're swapping over. At 2 o'clock, we're going to be swapping over streams. So let's do a quick 30-minute sprint. That'll give us some time to chat before we have to swap. Actually, I'm trying to do math in my head. Give me a second. There we go. I'm going to do 35, actually. So we don't have like a huge amount. Yes, thunder can be. I like a good thunderstorm. My dog did not. But I like a thunderstorm, but I grew up with it. You know? It's funny the things that like I'll drive through that my mother will be like, no. But she was raised in Virginia, so. In Tennessee. Okay. All righty then. Are we ready for the next sprint? Yeah? Okay, so 35 minutes. Starting in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello and welcome back. How did everyone do? I got 18 pages read and I updated the vlog. So there is that.
I got no pages read, but I secured Lore Olympus volumes 3 and 4.
I think I secured volumes 4 and 5.
Yeah, I put 5 on hold because now it's gone, of course. So
yeah. I will have to get the physical copies for my library because like neither my Libby nor my Hoopla have Lore Olympus, and I'm sad. But that's okay.
Yeah, that's where I've been getting them from, is the physical copies from my library.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. And the funny thing is I'm pretty sure it'll take me longer to get volume 4 than it's going to take to get volume 5. You know?
Yep.
It's annoying. But that's fine. I don't need to read them right away, I guess. I can wait. I hate that when you get into a series and you're like, I want the next thing right away, and you don't get it.
Right.
So anyways, well, I'm glad that I reminded you to get that done. This series is so odd, and I discovered that it has a TV show, which obviously I have to watch now. I have to watch it for the vlog. So, luckily for me, maybe if I can keep from dropping my phone, it's fine. It's in a case. Maybe if I am, or luckily for me, it is available on Amazon Prime with ads so that I can watch it. But like, look at that. That's the header for the show, which granted is better than whatever the heck we have going on here. I hate.
Right. The animal covers were so creepy back in the day. Like I just don't even understand.
I hate these because if you do it where it's static and not this card, this is what you get. Like you get this weird stuff or this, which I'm just like, no. But this I find interesting. I think that's an interesting cover. Like watching.
Yes, those ones are cool because you could see like the actual
see it
progression.
You know, all of that. But the ones that they have,
the holographic ones were weird.
How does that even work? Like my library, because you can see where it's laminated, like it looks like it's a card that's stuck on the front. So I'm like, so was it stuck on the front for the original? Which one? First ones? Or second ones, Renee? Are we talking the OG covers or these weird hollow covers? Because I remember, like, these are the covers that I remember seeing in my library. I don't remember these.
Yeah, I remember seeing the holographic covers you could buy like at the bookstore though.
Yeah. Where is? It's weird. Weird. Yeah, that's the ones that I remember too. Like, this is what was at my library.
Yeah,
this is what you saw.
Yeah, the second ones are the ones I remember at the library. But I know you could get the holographic ones were like special editions or what?
I don't know.
But they're terrible.
Like they did that. So, and then if you look at it on good, maybe these were the first covers, and they realized that this was a terrible idea.
Probably got like angry letters from parents. These covers give my children nightmares.
They realized that if they wanted to do static images of these covers, that they would have these really weird human animal hybrids going on, which could be mildly problematic depending on who the child was. So I don't know. I just remember trying to read them, and then my mom was like, no, you don't get to read those. They lie to their parents. And I was like, I don't need any emphasizing to lie to mine. Like, I can do that all on my own. Okay, let's go through this real quick, and then we'll switch to the other. Speaking of, let me pull up StreamYard and send y'all the link while I am thinking about it. Because otherwise I'll get on there and be like, hi, why is no one here? Okay, so we had Cece Club said, took a nap and read a couple more pages in the Foxhole Court. Very nice. Renee read 37 pages in Bridget Jones' Read-A-Lite. Nin's Diary, very funny so far. So is this like a Norwegian version of Bridget Jones? Like not translated, but like this is a similar series, like someone did a similar series but set in Norway, or is this something else we're dealing with? Laura got another chapter. Animorphs is a series you are read it in junior high. Yes, I am currently, I don't know, Renee, if you saw my Cheetah Girls, what's the word, vlog that I did, but I'm currently going through the different series that I wasn't allowed to read as a kid and reading them and seeing how badly that I missed out as a child. It might extend to series that I just didn't get around to or was not encouraged to read versus ones that I was outright forbidden from reading. But yeah. Let's see. K-Ben says, I started recording a video and didn't realize you were back. You know what? It happens. It happens. Recorded part 1 today and we'll do part 2 tomorrow as it needs planning, and I'll lose daylight before it's ready to film. I know that one. I know that annoyance. That I cannot tell you how much having lights now has changed my game. Like being able to like, oh, it doesn't matter. I mean, I still prefer to film in daylight, but it doesn't matter as much. And I'm able to even things out a little bit more. Hello, RA. Hello, lovelies. Hope we're having a glorious day. I am on my 3rd book of the day, so I'm doing well. I am doing
I hope to be this accomplished, honestly. It's not mint, it's mocha latte.
Let me see.
A Danish author. I think it might be available in English. Nice. Sadia, that was a lunch sprint.
It's mocha latte.
Let me see.
Oh, yes, I heard about that. There were no rules in my childhood home. I read. Yes, well, I was raised in a American Christian evangelical conservative home. So, you know. Let's see. Oh, no, don't. I have a set of lights, but I got them when I was with my ex and had my own room to film. Now I film in my uncle's living room and there's absolutely no space for them in the house. Yeah. I just contort myself around my lights because I really don't have room for them. Or I've never put out both of the lights because I don't have room for them. So I've just done the one and it's enough. Renee asks, what are you doing? Bullet journal? I believe that's a diamond painting, yeah?
Yeah, well, currently I'm working on diamond painting. But if they were asking because I had said I needed to update my reading journal, I do a digital reading journal.
Mm-hmm. I saw that.
Kids didn't take a nap. Everything for me with like with book tracking, I can't speak apparently. Is digital. So I have like a spreadsheet that I bought off Etsy, and then I use Storygraph, and then my like actual reading journal is on my iPad, but it does look like a journal. I don't know. I can put some pictures, I guess, on like Instagram or something. But yeah, but currently I'm working on a diamond painting.
Nice. Haven't done that before. Her diamond painting is fun.
It's relaxing. I like to do it while I listen to books, just because I concentrate on the book, but my hands are still moving, so I can actually.
Renee just saw that you were doing something. Okay, and wanted to ask. So it is now 2:00. I am going to head over to the other stream. Link is in the description box. This should, in theory, transfer everyone over to that stream. However, if it does not, look in the description box. There is a link. So you should be able to get to that. But thank you all for joining me for this half. Maybe if my buttons want to work, and I will see you guys in like 30 seconds. So